Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome at the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championship for young horses. Welcome at the National Equestrian Center, Ermelo. We will start at 9:30 with the first qualification of the 5-year-old horses, presented by Provincie Gelderland. Members of the jury at C. Kurt Christensen from Denmark, Ulrike Nivelle from Germany, and at E. Bernard Morel from France, and from Sweden, Lars Andersson. A lot of competitors with the 5-year-old horses. We have 46 riders to go. 12 best competitors are qualified for the final competition, and the 3 best of the small tour are also qualified for the final competition. Hele goedemorgen, welkom op het Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championship, het wereldkampioenschap voor jonge paarden hier op het Nationale Equestrian Center Ermelo. 46 deelnemers gaan strijden om een ticket te bewachten om te komen bij de beste 12. Van de beste 12 gaan er rechtstreeks door naar de finale. Vanuit de kleine finale komen er dan nog 3 bij, de 3 beste in de kleine finale. Weten ook door te dringen tot de finale. Beoordeeld door Kurt Christensen uit Denemarken en Ulrike Nivelle uit Duitsland, gezeten bij C. En de juryleden vanaf E zijn Bernard Morel uit Frankrijk en Lars Andersson uit Zweden. Publiek aangeboden door de provincie Gelderland. So at 9:30 we expect the first competitor in the main arena. Wens jullie een paar hele mooie dagen toe, een dag extra ten opzichte van de vorig jaar en dit jaar ervoor. Nu 5 dagen prachtige sport, 5 days at Sunday, the final results. So have a pleasant stay here at the National Equestrian Center, Ermelo, where we are waiting for the first rider to go, Janna Hockberg for Sweden. Gelderland, de bruisende provincie met smaakmakende sportevenementen zoals dit WK de Noordwestuurpaarden, Gelderland en een mooie bosstrijkomgeving en vele ruimtepaarden, bijzonder geschikt voor ruiter en paard. En met sporthalen het beste en het mooiste uit Gelderland.
Een hele goede morgen en welkom bij Clip My Horse. Wij kijken naar het wereldkampioenschap. Vandaag mee beginnen vanaf het Nationaal Hippisch Centrum Ermelo. De eerste kwalificatie, en dat is de kwalificatie voor de 5-jarige paarden. We zijn hier dus in Ermelo. Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for Young Horses. We hebben een grote startlijst, een vol programma vandaag bij de 5-jarige. 46 starts hebben wij maar liefst. Dat zijn er een hele hoop. We gaan zo beginnen met Janna Hockberg voor Zweden, het Severucci HT. 4 juryleden hebben wij rond de baan.
We gaan er zo duidelijk aan beginnen, dames en heren, op dit jaar het WK Noordwestuurpaarden weer wereldwijd live te volgen via het team van qualifiedhorse.tv.
Very good morning, everybody, and a very, very warm welcome to this. It is, of course, day 1 of the Dressage World Breeding Championships of 2024. The Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Ermelo. It is an absolute delight to be able to sit with you and enjoy the best young talent from around the globe. Of course, today we start with the 5-year-old horses. Tomorrow we will bring you the 6-year-olds. Friday is the 7-year-olds. And then over the weekend, the central focus becomes those finals. 12 will qualify from today, joined by 3 from the small final as well. So we end up with those 15 coming forward in the final over the weekend. So we're looking for the best 12 to go forward. The members of the grand jury out there, of course, we have huge experience at sea is Kurt Christensen from Denmark, joined by Nivelle from Germany, whilst at E, bringing their thoughts to bear is France's Bernard de Morel, and at E as well is also from Sweden, Lars Andersson. The bell to get things underway with the first to come forward here this morning, and this is going to be Jenna Hoberg, and she's riding Severucci HT. So this Swedish warm blood, this stallion, is by Secret, the sire Secret. Secret, whose line in fact goes back to Blue Horse Zach. Secret, who was by Suzanne II, and of course the sire of this horse, Secret, here in 2019 was second in the 5-year-old final with Jessica Lynn Thomas. That stallion now 10 years of age. The dam for this Riviera, who was by Rubinaut. As we know, the judging of this is looking at 5 separate sections. We have the trot, the walk, the canter, the submission, and the perspective. Certainly has a nice light touch to its trot. Looks nice and free through the shoulders as well. Good balance. There was a nice rhythm to the walk. Nice uphill shape from the floor for the canter. Certainly a horse that impresses to start. As I say, I felt the trot looking very elastic, really nice. Waiting for those judging scores to come through. The canter certainly covering the ground well. And look to be very supple through that simple change. Certainly a horse for the future. Well, there's the marks. 9.2 for the trot, 8.6 for the walk, 8.8. Submission is 9 and perspective 9.3. So we have an 89.8 to start things off this morning with Jenna Hubrug and Severucci HT. So that is the Swedish warm blood, the stallion, by the sire's Secret. Of course, Secret, as we mentioned, came second in the 5-year-olds 5 years ago. So, an impressive start this morning. Many nations represented. It's going to be a long day. I hope you'll be able to join us. It's broken into 4 sections, 15-minute break after the first 12. We'll have a slightly longer break at lunch for 30 minutes and another 15-minute break this afternoon. Running all the way through. Last horse come in at around 4:30 this afternoon. Well, let's move our attention to the next to go, because it is the first for Germany with Anne Christian Vankamp riding this Hannah Varian gelding by Vitaras. This is called Foundation or Foundation. Sire of this horse, Vitalas, competed at the young horses back in 2012 and 2013 in the 5 and 6-year-olds with Marika van der Putten and Charlotte Joost. Sire, who is Vitalas, is by Equus Vivaldi. The dam line. The dam is Frapjuge, Hanoverian Dam, who's by Fidestans 2. Fidestans, of course, that stallion by the wonderful Fidemark. Fidestans 2, one of those sires currently ranked inside the top 20 of the FWBFSH World Rankings for dressage horses, sitting at number 13. Vitalas, the sire of this horse, sitting at number 16 in those world rankings. Again, showing a nice light touch to the trot, good movement through the shoulder. Nice first medium trot we saw with Some good energy to it as well. I think the frame improved as well through the trot. And a good strong rhythm in the walk. Nice over track. Certainly a horse that is listening to the rider, working with them. Certainly showing a lot of willing. Had a nice active canter. Maybe just wanting to cover the ground a little bit more, but again, showing that obedience we saw in that change now. Relaxing well. Halts were very good throughout, right the way to the finish. Interesting to see where the judges place this to give us an idea in comparison to our first. 8.8, 9, 8.5, 8.8 and 9. Trot, walk, canter, submission, and then that overall perspective. 88.2. Therefore into second, and Christian Vidkamp and Foundation. But again, showing a tremendous amount of quality here this morning. I mean, it was a horse, you can see some really wonderful expression. So it moves well. Just needing to bring a little bit more to show the activity in those hind legs. So awfully close in terms of the scores, so I don't expect that to be the case all day long, but 89.8 is the standard setting score here this morning. We move our attention to this partnership next, from that gelding for Germany of Foundation to this stallion with Spain's Ramirez Bettina's Alfonso Jesus, and the first pre-stallion we get to see, the Spanish stallion. This 5-year-old then owned by Epocroria El Anclar. This is by Trovador, the 9th. out of a dam called Quinquela Ancla, who was by Guaro. Combination has had a little bit of experience competing in some of the international young horse classes earlier this year in Spain as well. Again, nice clear rhythm to this trot. Maybe just needing a little bit more swing from the back and over the back. Just to bring as well those a little bit more suspension through the trot. Really showing a strong natural balance in the canter. Well done, Alfonso. Well done, Quinquela Ancla. Great to see the support as well here. Lovely, as I say, natural balance to that canter. Nice carriage to the way that it holds itself. It's really, again, it was showing, I think, a horse that's very willing in the way that it's performing, which is ultimately very encouraging. So the pre-stallion, Quinkello Ankler II. The stallion there by Trovador. As we await those marks and confirmation of the scores. Nice halt as well at the end. This is always the case with these younger horses. There's always a little bit more strength to be developed, which will always improve things going forward. But here are the scores. Trot 7.5. Walk 7.3, canter 8, submission 8.2, and perspective 7.7. Submission, of course, they're looking at the standard of training, and on the basis of the training scales, the suppleness, the contact, the straightness, the obedience that includes those different movements and the transitions within the paces. And the perspective is that overall potential as a dressage horse, that ability to collect and to take weight. We're going to move to our next, because for Germany now, Anna Stephanie is getting set to start with Glamdale, or Glamdale, WP, NRW. Wouldn't be hard to work out that this Westphalian stallion is by Glamdale, owned by Hype Cleans and bred by ZG Cleans. It's out of a Millennium mare. Glamdale needing very little introduction nowadays. Of course, Glamdale, who was by Lord Leatherdale, and out of a Negro mare. Lord Leatherdale going back to Lord Loxley. The dam line, this Oldenburg mare that this stallion is out of was, or is called Martindale P, who was by Millennium. Millennium, who was by Easy Game. Nice balance to the trot. Again, showing good ground cover. Very elastic trot. Couple of moments that are perhaps a little bit hurried. I think that's a walk with a lovely clear rhythm and certainly showing good over track as well. It seems to be moving really nicely through its body. Smiles all round, and so there perhaps should be. Again, showing wonderful communication between horse and rider. Very elegant. Very impressive walk, in my view. Very impressive walk in terms of the scores. There we have it. The trot was a 9, the walk a 9.3, the canter an 8.8, the submission an 8.6, and the perspective was a 9.2. So a little bit against the hand in the rein back, which I think perhaps counted against them on the submission. But we have a total score there, 89.8. Goes into second place for Stephanie Alert and Glamdale WP NRW. That's for Germany, the stallion by Glamdale out of a Millennium Mare, Westphalian stallion for Heike Pliens. Already a lot of interest here, and it will but build over the course of today and the days ahead. It is such a highlight, this event, on the dressage calendar, and certainly for the world of breeding. A fabulous sort of mixing pool of breeders from around the globe that will be here. Well, we have another for Sweden coming in to join us next. This is going to be the turn of Mina Tilde, riding with the Verbena AB's Zucchero, this owned and bred by Verbena AB. This stallion, Swedish warm blood by Zaffarano. Out of a Ampere mare. Beautiful colour. This Palomino stallion, really, in that respect, standing out. Sire of this stallion, Zaffarano, was by Zlandin MI, who was by Blue Horse Zach. And the sire out of a dam called Baby Doll, who was by Bernstein. The dam light, the dam Duchess SD, by the great Dutch sire Ampere. And the dam, in fact, out of a dam herself, who was by De Niro. We saw them getting a little bit wide behind in the first of those medium trots. Certainly shows good energy though, very elastic and good freedom through the shoulder. Maybe just needing a little more from the hindquarters. There's a nice clear rhythm in that walk we were watching. Maybe though we did need to move a little bit more through the body. Strong rhythm to what is a nice active canter. Maybe just needs a little bit more over the back. For Sweden, Militelda and Zucro. Swedish warm blood by Zaffarano. And marks coming through very quickly. The trot 7.8, the walk 7.3, canter 8, submission 7, and perspective 7.5. Say that Palomino Stallion by Zaffarano, owned and bred by Verbena AB. Showing good expression. Perhaps still needing a little bit more of development though through that top line. Just want a little bit more suppleness in the contact. Well, we're moving on. We're actually going to stay with Sweden, because the next to go, I think, just waiting for the start. This is Lina Dolk, the Swedish warm blood called Hapnotik MJ. I apologise for mispronunciation at any given point during the course of the day. So, this by Springbank, the second VH out of a Frasiero mare, owned by Linnea Silson and bred by Stoll MJ. The sire, Springbank, the Swedish sire. It was by Scovan's Raphael out of a De Niro mare. The size line going back as well to Glock's Romanov. The dam, the mare called Cristal MJ, was by Floricelio. The sire of this gelding that we're looking at, currently competing at Grand Prix with Yara Racha. Also came through the Young Horse Championships, and with Yara rode in the finals, in the 5-year-old and in the 7-year-old finals. Watch the balance on those turns, but again showing a nice solid rhythm to the trot. Nice clear movement through the rein back that we were watching after a good halt. Again, showing a nice clear rhythm in the walk. Just needing a little bit more stretching in that extended walk. Nice active canter. Ooh. It's still a whole new experience for so many of these young horses. But again, showing a lot of quality, but at the same time, just in the canter needing just a little bit more of that uphill tendency, and was perhaps just a little hurried in the first of the medium trots. That was Lena Dolk. It certainly has a very clear set of paces and also very good in its rhythm. Well, there's the scores for Lena Dolk's ride. This is a trot 7.7, walk 7.7, canter 7.8, submission 7.2, and perspective 7.7. Overall 76.2%. So there's the scores up on the board as we see them on the screen. That combination for Sweden. 3 already this morning from Sweden. Just to remind you, as things currently stand in terms of the order, Sweden's Jette Hodderberg has set the standard and has that leading score, although it is exactly the same score as Stephanie Adhert and Glamdale WPNRW. I think it is, from my understanding, the perspective score that is the dividing line. 1.9, one is 9.3 and one is 9.2, which is how they've been separated. But overall, in terms of their percentage scores, both Severucci HT and Glamdale WPNRW are currently tied on 89.8. So strong standard, but ultimately there's a lot of strength and quality that we are going to see today, and we're looking for the top 12 from this competition. And then there is, of course, that small final as well, which allows another 3 to qualify. So let's turn our attention now to this partnership of Christian Jan Muller for Denmark, riding Quarter Sun for Sogard Dressage, bred by Dorothy Grevgaard. This is by Quarter Hit and out of a Totalas mare. Danish warm blood. Quarter Sun, this gelding. Sire Quarter Hit competed in Grand Prix this year with Stephanie Brussiel. The dam line, of course, Totalas needing, again, very little introduction. One of the most prolific stallions in dressage, still very high on those top rankings, sitting at number 6 on the WBFSH World Rankings. Just perhaps needing to show a little bit more airtime suspension, bring a little bit more power in carrying to the trot. Does have a very nice outline though. A little bit deep in the rein back, but again showing clear paces on the diagonal. Again, nice clear rhythm to this walk. It shows good over tracking. Good ground cover in that canter. I think the walk, perhaps the highlight, there was a lovely rhythm to that walk. Said a nice outline to the trot work. There was a little bit of tension in that simple change that we saw. The canter as well just needs a little bit more throughness in the work that it's doing. That is, of course, Quarterson and Christian Giammuller, the 5-year-old gelding by quarter hit out of a Totelas mare. Well, there's the scores, and 7.8 for the trot. The walk is the highlight, 8.5. Canter 7.8, submission 7.3, and perspective 7.8 as well. Currently going into 4th place on a score of 78.4%, but we have only seen 7 of what is over 40 to come forward here in this qualifier, the preliminary test for the 5-year-old horses. So that Quarterson, as I said. Congratulations to Jan Muller-Christensen.
Een aantal pauzes na nummer 12 zal de eerste pauze zijn van de afweg 15 minuten. After number 12 of starting order, we have the first break, the 15 minutes break after number 12.
Well, in a moment, the next should be getting ready to come and appear. We have, what have we got? 5 more before the break, 15-minute break after 12. Half an hour break at lunchtime, and then another 15-minute break this afternoon. So currently still Jelle Holberg leading with Salucci HT. Just having a look at the time, I did think we have got slightly ahead of ourselves here this morning, which is perhaps why there is a little bit of a pause. The next horse is actually due in at 9:26. So, or I should say 10:26 if I'm looking at my times in the wrong way. Tomorrow we will bring you the preliminary qualifier and test for the 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds on Friday, and then the finals over the weekend. And delighted to know that Alex Harrison will be coming to join us here in the commentary box to bring real depth and insight to these horses in the final. And, give us a good conversation about the breeding as well. So very much looking forward to that. Here they come. Of course, this championship, the World Breeding Federation for Sports Horses, now getting set for the next to head down the centre line, and it is the first for the Netherlands with Christian Bra riding this Dutch stallion called Ohio by the Dutch sire Keman, who was by Dark Pleasure out of a Grobuldi mare. The dam line, the dam is Leica, who was by Costel's Grand Galaxy, who was by Apache. Owned and bred by Jan Peter Delsum. This stallion next up is Ohio with Kirsten Barra. Nice light touch to the paces so far in the trot. Good impulsion as well. Certainly shining right from the entrance, these two. Medium trot perhaps was a little bit hurried. Again, showing a nice rhythm and energy to the walk. Showing good self-carriage as well in the canter. Shows a lovely willingness to collect. Nice uphill, active canter. Certainly the strongest of the paces. Again, a nice halt. Started strong, was strong, finished strong. Walk perhaps their weaker point. They just needing a little bit more activity and overtrack in that, but certainly showing a lot of willing, and it was a lovely, solid, simple change. Really nice canter work. Say the south carriage certainly looking really good. A lovely uphill and active canter for that partnership of Kirsten Brouwer and Ohio. So well done there to Kirsten. That stallion by Cayman out of a Grand Galaxy mare. Some scores for you: 8.8 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 9 for the submission, and 8.8 for the perspective, as the very happy little cheer goes up there. But it's a horse that has the moves and a horse that has the looks. And there was a real togetherness in the way that that horse was able to perform. Just needs to bring a little bit more activity to the walk. But 86.8 for the moment. We'll see Kirsten Brouwer at Ohio. Moving into the top 4, as things currently stand for the first of the riders and horses there for the Netherlands. Still out in front, Jana Hoberg and Cerrucci HT, but only by the merest of margins. Of course, that tie for percentage scores, from my understanding of reading the rules, if there was a tie for 12th place in terms of percentage scores, they would both qualify. But at the moment, they're separated by the perspective marks. It is Cerrucci HT, the Swedish ride that leads. Germany in second and third with Glandale WPNRW and Verdation or Vandation. Linda Schmidt now for Germany, joining us with Fort Premier, read by Ludger Verliger-Piper. The stallion by 4 Romance. It's out of a Dinero mare. Sire 4 Romance by First Romancia, because that going back to First Heinrich, and 4 Romance, the sire of this horse, out of a Dam by Sir Donna Hall. The Dam line, the Dam Danella by Dinero, Dinero by Donna Hall the second. Again, seeing another horse with a wonderful light touch to the trot, but again very active and showing a nice balance as well at the start here. There's a nice freedom to the way that this horse trots. And had a lovely rhythm in that canter. Maybe just they wanted to be able just to show a little bit more of that uphill tendency. Contact occasionally looking a little bit strong as well, but overall, again, able to show a lot of quality, certainly the trot work. A lot of power, both in the way that horse carries itself and also the way that it pushes forward in the walk. There was a very, very big overtrack. Canter with that lovely rhythm. There was that little change after the first medium, which will obviously count against them, but it was a very simple rein back that we saw as well. So Linda Schmidt, Fort Permis, partnership there for Germany. Just awaiting the score to come through for those two. By 4 Romance out of a De Niro mare. Well done to them. So the score's nearly with us. But they're with us. Nice strong score for the trot, wasn't it? 9. Walk 8.3, canter 7.5, submission 7.6, and perspective is an 8. So we have 80.8 for Linda Schmidt and Fort Permis. And that then going into the top 5 there, the stallion by 4 Romance, the Westphalian stallion. Austria are next. About to get underway with this next combination, ridden by Stephanie Deering. This is Broad Morris Valerie. This mare by Liv Aldon out of a Ballimos Boyoli mare, owned and bred by Broadmoor KG. The sire, Liv Aldon, by the great Vivaldi. And out of a Donegal to mare. On the dam line, the dam called Walk the Line was by Ballimos Boyoli. That was sire, he was by Sir Donegal. Showing a lot of quality on both the dam and on the father's side too. Got a little bit hurried maybe in the trot. Just perhaps wants to relax a little bit more. Frame was just getting a little bit short. Again, just perhaps needing to relax a little bit more. You can see how that tension's creeping in. There's a nice there's a nice sort of clear 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, that 4-beat movement, but just needs to be able still to use the body through the whole of the walk. Just again, you can see how the tension is really working against them in the transitions. We had that little change in the first counter-canter. We saw the problems of the original sort of transition up. I mean, it's a horse that does have a nice rhythm to its canter, but it just looks like it needs to relax a little bit more. Well done to Stephanie Deering. It didn't look to be the easiest of rides, as I said. The tension was just bobbling away underneath that vest. I think that's obviously going to count against them, as much as that is a horse that has a nice active trot. Does have a good sort of clear 4-beat movement to its walk and a nice rhythm to its canter, but there was just too much tension. So I think without that relaxedness, you miss the quality of those paces being able to be shown properly. Well, 7.3 for the trot, 7 for the walk, canter 7. Submission sadly is 6.5 and perspective is also 7. So that is a score of 69.6 and going into 10th place today. Just almost just needing to work a little bit more with the rider and just allow that rider just to have the control, just accept those aids a little more and just allow the whole picture to relax still further, and I'm sure much more will come their way. So that was Brudmos Valerie for Austria with Stephanie Deering. And nothing therefore changing at this moment. At the top of the line, we have 2 to go before we take a little pause in proceedings, and Qualification will already be quarter of the way through. We're going to have another for Sweden here, low this morning. Riders and horses from all over the world, from both Europe and America and beyond, joining us. Interesting the way the draw has worked, though, but all of the Swedish horses seem to be coming in this early segment, the Swedish riders. We'll see plenty more later on. We've got our next just coming towards us, though. For Sweden, Jakob Norberg Sorensen with Verdes the second VH. Owned and bred by Vasta Hobby Stateri AB. This mare is by Balverd NRW out of a First Wish mare. First Wish, who was by First Heinrich, and this mare's Dam out of a De Niro mare. The sire, Valverde, who was by Vitalis by Vivaldi, and out of a Ampere mare. Valverde, very successful stallion, registered with the German Federation. Verdes, the second VH, and Jakob Norby Sorensen. To work quite hard with the trot. Just perhaps needs a little bit more impulsion from the horse. Again, having a nice clear rhythm in the walk. Maybe just wanted a little bit more suppleness in the back and over the back, just which will allow a little bit more freedom of those shoulders. Those moments you can't predict, unfortunately. Of course, that resistance, that tension really just bobbling to the surface. And that is such a shame. Just a little bit unbalanced in that canter work, and there's the simple change. I think it's just bobbled over. Norby Sorensen doing a good job in the saddle just to keep Verdes, the second VH, as relaxed as possible. But unfortunately, that small moment will inevitably certainly count against them with the submission, especially, and with the canter markings as well. So here come the scores. Trot 7.8, walk 7.2, the canter 6.8, submission 6.3, and perspective 7.3. And as I say, just you can understand how that's just dragged the score down slightly. 70.8, 70.8 is the final score for that mare. Verdes, the second VH by Varverd NRW out of a First Wish mare. So nothing changing in terms of the order. There's the most recent score up on the board. Next will be for Italy in a moment or so. They're just heading in. Here they are. Rocco Di Piero riding Scola's Emotion for the Italian here. Owned and bred by Marcia and Rocco Di Piero. Bred and owned this by Escola out of a Delato mare. Delato was by De Niro. Dam called Donna Protolina. It's an Oldenburg dam. There's the bell to get things underway. Sire of this gelding, the Scholar, competed by Roberta Schmidt. Nice active trot. Maybe just needs a little bit more swing through the back. But it's very regular. to tense up a little bit through the medium trot across the back. Maybe needing a little bit more freedom in that walk. Again, just lacking a little bit of suppleness and throughness. Needing a little more ground cover in the canter. It does have quite a clear rhythm to the canter. It also has a nice outline and it's got a nice frame to perhaps stretch a little bit more forward and down in terms of the way that they go. Here comes the scores for Rocco de Piero and Oscola's of Motion. The gelding with a trot of 7.6, a walk of 7, a canter of 7.8, submission 7.7, and perspective 7.6. It is 75.4%. So therefore, at the morning break, it is Jenna Horberg that leads with GAT 89.8%, which is the same percentage mark as Stephanie Adhert and Glamdale WPNRW for Germany, who are in second place by virtue of their perspective score, and Christian Van Camp and Foundation sitting in third on 88.2. We will take a pause and we will return at 21 minutes past the hour, 21 minutes past 11, so about 15 minutes or so, and then we start again live here with this World Breeding Championship, the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses and mare. There is the current scores on the board. To remind you, 12 will qualify from today. So at the moment, we've a long way to go, but Jenna Hogberg has certainly set the standard, although matched by Stephanie Elhert and Glamdale. We will see how things unfold in the next stage. Coming back soon, live on FEI TV.
Then at the fifth position for Germany, Elena Street, Fortune Pernet, 80.8 results. Sixth position for Jan Christensen, Denmark, 78.4. And then at place number 7 was Spain, Alfonso Jesus Ramirez Benitez with 77.4. de stand geven, dat is de wijze die nog een mooie schrijf van de Longines. We gaan de Longines FEI WBFSH op de inloopvisa start om 11 uur 21 en Rico News. Wij staan at 11:21. in 5 minutes we will start again, ladies and gentlemen. The first qualification for 5-year-old horses presented by provincie Gelderland. Overweg doet het aan weer van start. Gelderland beluistert de provincie met spraakmakende sportevenementen zoals het heet aan jongerenstuurpaarden. De mooie bosrijkomgeving veeruimtebaan is Gelderland bijzonder geschikt voor ruiter en paard. Met sport aan de beste en mooiste uit Gelderland. Longines is found to be the title partner, official store, and official watch of the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for young horses here in Emelo. Longines passion for the Western world dates back to 1869. Today, the brand is involved in most important equestrian events all over the world. On this occasion, the brand is privileged to present the official watch of the event, the model from the Longines Master Collection. Powered by a self-winning movement, developed exclusively for Longines. This timepiece is characterized with a moon face indicator and a refined look, achieving the perfect balance between technical sophistication and classic elegance. Longines. Dus C. Qualification, Denmark, panel UPNV, Germany, en het I. Bernard voor Frans en Lars Andersen van Zweden. Jullie gaan een positie innemen bij C. Unieke niveau aan Duitsland en Qualification uit Denemarken. Bij E. Bernard uit Frankrijk en Lars Andersen uit Zweden. First qualification, 5-year-old horses presented by provincie Gelderland.
Welcome back, or welcome along. If you are just joining us, it's a delight to have you with us live here in the Netherlands on FEI TV. Welcome to the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for Young Horses. We are live with you in Amelo, and this is the preliminary test, so the qualifier is another way of looking at that, for the 5-year-old horses. 5-year-olds today, 6-year-olds tomorrow, 7-year-olds on Friday, and then the finals come the weekend. The top 12 will qualify from today, with another 3 from the small final. As it stands, Jenna Hogberg Sararucci HT has the leading score, although it is an identical percentage score to Stephanie Erhert and Glandale WPNRW, Sweden and Germany there. But it is their respective scores that has divided them. But 89.8 is the standard as things currently are. And we are but a quarter of the way through. So let's move our attention forward and to these two. Jennifer Stein next, riding here with Enrico de Hus. This, the next of our 5-year-olds, is gelding by Escola out of a Don Juan de Hus mare. Hanoverian gelding, bred by Xavier Marie. Certainly showing a lot of power and elasticity in that trot. Maybe just needs a little bit more from behind, but as I say, it's got a wonderful sort of energetic feel to it. And this horse really does look like it wants to be here, wanting to do the best it can. It's got a real willful style and look to it. Just a little bit of loss of balance there. This horse originally bred in France. Escola, the sire, who was by Esteban NRW out of her first Piccolo 2 mare. Don Juan de Hus, the dam sire, the dam being the Dallas de Hus, the sire Don Juan by Jazz. There's a nice rhythm and energy to the walk as well, maybe just needing a bit more freedom in the shoulders, but also showing a nice level of suspension and a nice ease to their canter. I'm sure they will be very happy with that. It looked to be a fabulous combination. As I say, that all of the paces, in my view, showing a lot of quality. And overall, that horse just looking so willing in the way that it worked. The canter certainly nice and big and a lot of balance to it as well. Good ground cover. And the scores reflecting a strong outing there with that French-bred ride ridden by Germany's Jennifer Stein, Enrico de Hus. Trot 8.8, walk 8.5, canter 8.8, submission 9, and perspective 8.8. Goes into fourth place on a score of 87.8. Maybe just wanting to engage at the back a little bit more, but it is such a powerful horse, Enrico. That lovely gelding by a scholar out of a Don Juan de Hus mare, the Hanoverian gelding, bred by Xavier Marie. Very, very nicely done. The Spanish team heading over, because here we go with our next for Spain. Claudia Costas Nierov riding Oveletti. This 5-year-old stallion, Oveletti 27, is by Joyride. Joyride, who was by the great Dutch sire Ampere, and out of a Fleming mare. On the dam line, the dam So there's the bell to get things underway for Spain with Oveletti 27. Claudia Konstantinov in jockey. Again, showing a nice energeticness to the trot work, and again, just maybe wanting to see just a little bit more relaxation and freedom occasionally just getting a little bit strong in that contact. Nice rhythm. Again, very clear, very supple. Maybe just need a little bit more movement and freedom in the shoulders in that walk. Showing again a nice overtrack. Nice and active. Showing good ability to collect in the canter. Very well done. A little bit of tension at times. I'd say the rhythm not as clear as they would have wanted in the simple change. And certainly see a little bit of tension creeping in after that second medium drop. But there's still plenty to like as well. As I said, nice clear rhythm in the walk. Nice energeticness to the trot work. And of course, the canter as well, very active from the ground. So, for Spain, Ovaletti 27, 7.5 for the trot, 7.6 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 7.2 for submission, and 7.7 is the score for perspective, 75.6 for Ovaletti 27. Ridden there by Claudia Costas Nero for Spain. So that puts them into the top 10 for the moment. Now we just watch the replays again there. We're moving on. More for Spain to come a little bit later. And that was a combination. I mean, it's got a lot of elegance to it. It was just that little bit of tension today that just unfortunately crept in to a few of the moments within that test. Well, the next And we had a time again. I think we might be. No, not too much. 10:37. So we're moving along rather nicely. To France and to Anthony Nowakowski riding Enisana Boy. The stallion by Escola is out of a Sandro Hit mare. So Escola, the sire, who was by Esteban NOW, and out of a first Piccolo 2 mare. Madame Supernova, as mentioned by Sandro Hit. There's the bell to get things started. So getting underway, Anthony Nowakowski riding Ines Sunny Boy for the SRL Nova horse. To balance a little bit at the beginning, just needs to be careful of that as well now in the trot work, keep that balance. It's a nice clear rhythm now to the trot work. Just needs to bring a little bit more engagement. Just allow the hind legs to support a little more. As clear as the footwork is, perhaps just needs to be a little bit more active in the walk. Although it does relax rather nicely. Again, showing quality in the ground cover across with the canter. It just needs to be able to collect a little bit more. For France, Anthony and then Sunny Boy. Ooh, very quick to the scores as well. Look at this, 7.3 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 7.5 for the canter, 7.7 for submission, and 7.5 for perspective. It didn't take long with those. So 75.6 is the final score for those two from France. By a Scola out of a Sandro hit mare. It's a horse that was looking to work with its rider. Just needs to bring a little bit more activity, certainly from behind, and develop that power to improve the sort of lightness in front. Turning over to the next, we move from France to Germany once more. Maxi Kira von Pliaten coming into the arena as the next to go. Maxi riding here with Arabella FE, owned by Martha Ropat, bred by Carl Luciu and Paul Ferry Ferdinand, by Eringa out of a Fiddlestance mare. And there's the bell to start things off. This horse is Sire Eringa by a Scola out of a contender mare. The dam line, the dam, the Oldenburg first in Fida FE by Fiddlestance, and out of a Sir Donald Hall mare. Very strong line on that dam side. Nice active, engaged trot to start with. Nice and easy through the rein back. Sometimes just getting a little bit short in the neck. But a nice clear rhythm, good over track in the walk. Nice active canter. It's nice and uphill, isn't it? Really engaging the power behind, bringing that through. Overall, then able to show a good south carriage. This is a really quality test. Very, very nice performance for FEI. The Oldenburg Stallion by Eringer, ridden by Max C. Kira von Platten for Germany. So very well done to them. I think there was a lot to enjoy in that. And here are the scores. 8.5 for the trot, 8.8 for the walk, 9 for the canter, 8 for submission, 8.7 for the perspective. So 86% exactly, solidly up there at the moment into 6th place. So interesting to see where we'll start looking after the lunch break as to where that cut-off line for the top 12 starts to become apparent, and we'll have had half the class at that point, so we can start to sort of assimilate what we think final combinations may well need. But I mean, that is a horse with huge potential, huge potential. Just perhaps at a few places just needing to work on that suppleness and perhaps open the frame up more going forward. But there is a lot to enjoy and there's a lot to enjoy if you're over there in the hospitality enjoying an early lunch. As you can see, the weather's not so enjoyable here today because it's a little damp, sadly, but you know, it's not dampening our enthusiasm to the sport that we are enjoying and this tremendous array of young talent in the world of dressage. Again, just finding ourselves a few moments ahead of time. They give plenty of time for the horses in the arena. It's quite a short program, obviously, when they're in there, but of course they're given a little bit of time when they first come in. And I think that gives you an indication of if you're going to enjoy your day, you're going to find a little bit of cover over your head, somewhere to hide out. And with luck, it'll blow over, it'll cheer up. Those in the grandstand's able to certainly stay dry, so that's important. Our judges, Kurt Christensen on the right from Denmark, Ulrik Neville from Germany sat on the left-hand side. And keeping a focus on all that is happening. So this Longines FEI WBFSH breeding Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses continues. As the next to go is Fenja Grimm riding for Chile with Best Secret, the Oldenburg gelding owned by Mario Vargas. This by the sire Bonds, who in fact goes back to Bellissimo and Sir Donoghue. And the dam is Pick Sandria, who is by Sandra Hitt, and out of a Pick Bube 12 mare. There's the bell. And I think just catching a little glimpse out of their eye of the Longines clock as they fly past. Combination did have a young horse international outing back at the end of April, beginning of May in Exlu. Fenja Grimm, Best Secret. Certainly had a nice square halt to start things off. Now just able to show a good strong amount of energy in the trot work. They have a lot of energy, but just need to be a little bit careful of the balance in the trot. But a good, solid, nice first medium trot. The horse a little pat there, I think. Just trying to get Best Secret to relax. Certainly had a nice active rhythm, clear rhythm to the walk, although certainly be hoping for a little more overtrack to develop and just allow the horse to move through the body a bit more and just show that freedom in the shoulders in the walk. Again, there's a nice active canter. Just a little bit of hesitation there. Just showing a little bit of greenness in the arena. Very nice square halt to finish as it was to start for Thinegrim and Best Secret there. And by Mario Vargas, the Oldenburg gelding by Bonds. A little bit of tension at times, and the tempo in the canter, I think, just getting a little bit too much at points. I think that, again, just creates that tension. We're perhaps just needing to slow down a little bit, relax a bit more, show that ability to collect. So that was Best Secret, Thinegrim for Chile. Scores, I would hope, are on their way. And there we have it. Trot is an 8.3, the Walker's a 7.8, the Canter 7.3, so Submission 7.3, Perspective 7.8. And that is a total of 77% precisely, and at least for the moment, goes into 10th place. Again, a horse that certainly looks the part. It certainly has that light touch to its paces. It's just, again today, just seeing those tension, and it is that tension that just creates the problems. And also we'd have then quite a strong contact to keep that control. Well, it is the Netherlands that will be next up for this class. Is still led at the moment by Swedish rider Diana Hoberg and Sarucci HT on a leading score of 89.8 alongside Stephanie Arhert. And then in third is Ann-Christen Weinkamp on 88.2. 17 so far have gone down that centre line. Next to do so is 1 million for the Netherlands with Robin Hayden. This stallion is by the wonderful Vivaldi and out of an Apache mare. So 2 of the world's leading sires involved in the breeding of this horse. Vivaldi, who currently sits 7th on those world breeding standings, and Apache, who sits in 8th place. Dutch Warm Blood, KWPN, this stallion. Of course, Vivaldi and Apache, 2 of the leading sires for the KWPN horses. Vivaldi, who of course was by Craxi by Fleming, goes on the down line, then back to Jazz. Step back a little bit at that opening halt. Robin, just 21 years of age. Again, has a very good rhythm to the trot work. It just needs a little bit more natural south carriage. And just keep that hind leg underneath you a little more in the medium trot. It was a good rhythm to the walk, good over track. Certainly look to have that suppleness through the back. A lot of quality. Certainly shows the ability to collect with that very simple change in a very clear rhythm. So there we have Robin Heijden and 1 million for the Netherlands just finishing off. Three solid paces, but I think the walk certainly standing out. Here comes the scores. 8.2 for the trot, 9.3 for the walk, 8.8 for canter, 8 for submission, and 8.6 for perspective.
8.0, perspective 8.6, 7th position in the ranking 85.8, Ronde 7 tas 85,8. En morgen
Crossing a little bit on some of the turns, but it really is a wonderful horse. Occasionally lost the balance a bit in that trot work.
Beste 12 aan de rechtstreeks naar de finale. Wie de derde finale kan daaruit als de top 3 door de top.
Nothing changing in the top of the order as it stands, and we're going to move our attention back to Germany for the next to come forward. Here they are. So this is going to be the turn now of Finsten and Anne-Mette Strandby Hansen. It's Westphalian Stallion by Franklin. Franklin, who was by Ampere, out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare. On the dam line, Reykjavik was the name of the dam, Westphalian dam, by the Westphalian sire Rock Forever. And the dam of this stallion, the dam is out of a dam by Florestan. Bell to get things going. Bred this stallion by Hendrik Schuttermarta. Bred in Germany, now owned in Denmark. See, they've competed previously with a big best score from the past. Again, showing a nice touch in the trot, good elasticity, good rhythm, good balance. Really nice medium as well in the transition. It's impressed me that the horse so far, even in the rein back here, just looking very relaxed. Trot perspective so far, we've seen some of the best work of the day. I don't think the walk will count against them, as it was the rhythm wasn't so clear to the left, but they've got that rhythm back in the canter, showing that ability to collect. Rider just needs to be careful to keep the contact nice and equal in the two reins. For Germany, Mette Stavrid Hansen and Fisteren. For Germany there, just finishing off. Fisteren by Franklin out of a Rock Forever Mare, the 5-year-old Westphalian stallion. Certainly very, very strong in their trot work, their walk. Just letting them down on that left side, but a good rhythm to the canter. Just need to keep that rhythm through the changes. And there's the trot work score, 9.8, which is an outstanding score. The walk is the disappointment, I guess, 6.8. The canter 8.5, submission 8, and perspective 8.2, but it is into the qualifying positions as it currently stands. 82.6 is the score.
Dan voor weer een prachtige cijfer van 9,8. Stap 6,8.
Certainly a horse that's got the potential. It's got a wonderful sort of expression to the way that it performs. It just needs to improve in that walk, that throughness over the back in the walk. So 82.6 goes into 8th place with Finsten and Mette Stavrid Hansen for Germany. Back to the Dutch for our next to go, as we are set to continue with Red Viper and Bart Breeze. Bart Breeze in the saddle as the next to go for the Netherlands with this KWPN, Dutch Warm Blood. This stallion is by Romanov out of a Sir Sinclair mare. Bred in the Netherlands by Cohen Kerbet and owned by the Racing Stallions BV. The sire, Romanov Blue Horse. The sire was a ride, or was ridden, I should say, at those Europeans in 2013. A lot of success at Grand Prix level did Romanov Blue Horse. The dam line, the dam called Zelina, who was by Sir Sinclair, out of a Coberchon mare. This is Bart V's and a Red Viper. Nicely balanced in the trot work so far. Good freedom of the shoulder. To see them working so well over the back. Just got a little hurried at the end of the medium trot. Certainly had a nice clean and clear rein back. Solid rhythm, although needing a little bit more overtrack in the walk. Just allow the shoulders that bit more freedom. Good self-carriage in the canter though, showing a nice ability to collect and that nice uphill nature. Really impressive performance here with Red Viper. Superb performance in the saddle from Bart Vries as well for the Netherlands. I mean, there were three brilliant paces on display there. And such a well-balanced and rhythmical ride. So it was a very strong performance, and I'm sure we'll be getting a very strong score at the same time. Great activeness and athleticity in the trot and that lovely rhythm to the walk. The canter certainly showing as well as a highlight, but there wasn't anything that went really wrong, and that is your new leading combination. The trot is 9.5, the walk is 8.8, the canter is 9.2, submission 9 and perspective 9.5. So there we have it. The first over 90% is a 92 exactly. I think that would be enough to qualify them through to the final at the weekend, but we will see. Well, a really wonderful horse with a massive future. It's a horse that will go well at the higher levels. It looks built for that.
Ja, laten we op de dag zo rond 10 over half 5 hebben we de prijsberekeningen voorzien voor de rest.
So we obviously now have that new leading score, which has pushed Bart and Red Viper to the top, 92% exactly. 89.8 is the score for second and for third, with the perspective marks splitting Jenna Hoggerberg and Stephanie Alhert. Have they done enough with that score? They both have 89.9 to move through to the final at the weekend. We will wait and see. But it is now the Netherlands, Sweden and Great Britain, the 1, 2, 3. On we move, because the next to go, riding for Portugal, if I look on there's Menedeth. It's riding Belcanto HB, this stallion by Benicio, out of a Rascalino mare. Benicio, who is by Bellissimo M, and the down line goes back to Rotsbon and Wiltmeier. So getting underway, Belcanto HB, Mafalda Galizia Menedeth riding here for Portugal, with the stallion by Benicio out of a Rascalino mare, this Hanoverian stallion owned by Selena Valentinera Dallas. Nice strong entrance, good halt. Again, showing a nice light touch with this trot work. And again, showing a lot of good, strong balance, but not using the, or not allowing the balance to take away the influence of the scores from the judges. Just needs to be careful of the balance a little in those medium trots. Again, showing a very good rhythm to how they're going through the walk work. Swinging them in the back, you could see that it was a very strong walk. Over track, really giving the judges, I'm sure, what they're looking for. Got a little bit short in the canter, although the rhythm is there. Just to allow that back and top line to be a little bit more uphill. Just create a little bit more suspension, a little bit more lift and their canter work. Stretching nicely as well there through that trot work, really taking the bit down and forward. Nicely done for those two. For Portugal there, Belcanto HB and Mafalda Gillies Meneda riding there with the Dutch Warbler, the stallion by Romanov. There'll be 2 more to go before the lunch break. There's a good score to come through here, though, for those two. The canter, perhaps what's let them down slightly. There it is. Trot 8.8, walk 9, canter 8, submission 9, and perspective 8.7. Well done there to Mafalda Garcia Meneda from Portugal with Belcanto HB. It's 87% and into the top 6. Again, it's got the elegance, it's got the footsteps, it's got the elasticity. Just need to work on that uphill tendency now and that lightness in the canter work. Well, two, as I said before, we have a little pause, and first of those two, we've got one for Germany and one for the USA, as things are left at the moment. Just watching the highlights here from one of our earlier riders. But no, we're not. We're watching, ready for the next one. Germany's Charlotte Tolhoff now with Gabrielle or Galeria's Fancy Fergie by for Romanzo LD. Out of a Catu mare, this Hanoverian mare is up now. Bell to kick things off and get it all underway. So Galleria's Fancy Fergie, who is by 4 Romance. 4 Romance by First Romancia out of a Sir Donald mare. The dam line is Madame Sire Catou. Catou by Conair, and the dam line on the other side, the Grand Dam side, by Leandro. Again, ticking the boxes with rhythm and balance in the trot work, but maybe just needing a little bit more support behind. Again, a nice clear rhythm to the walk work that they're showing our judges. Now going into the counter work. Just want to make sure after the walk they keep that activity. As active as the canter is, it still needs to show a little bit more suspension and uphill. Just do more of that sort of hang time, air time. Nicely done though through those simple changes. Charlotte Tollop and Galeria's Fancy Fergie. So congratulations to them. Should again see a nice solid score being awarded from the judges. A little bit of resistance in the rain back, but that is about it. Certainly another that has rhythm, has pace, has all of the attributes. So here's your scores. The trot is an 8.5, the walk is a 9, the canter is an 8.3, the submission is a 9, which makes perspective 8.6, and for a total percentage score of 86.6 to go there, as you can see, into 7th place.
And the average position number 7 in the ranking, 86.8 de result. Bovenplaats nummer 7 wordt gesloten tot medaillejaars Festival die de percentage van 86.
It was looking to be a very well presented horse. Certainly had a good start to its training, good contact. It's the canter. It's going to need a little bit more work to enable it to be a little bit rounder in its back. So Charlotte Topperhoff and Galerius Fancy Fergie for Germany. Well, the next, in a moment, if all is to plan, is going to ride for the United States of America in Alice Tarian, riding Arado. We're ahead of ourselves again, 11:39, 11, yeah, not by much.
John Houtberg for Sweden, second now 89.8 with Sarah GST, and third for Jody, 17 hours, also 89.8 with Vendel WB.
It's getting caught on camera here. So it's a lovely place to be. Really, really nice place to be here in Ermelo. It's a mixing pot of breeding. Everything to do with the world of dressage, the conversations and deals, and of course opportunities to promote certain stallions all lie within.
Representing the United States of America as Starton and Orlando, Solivar Desperado and Johnson TN.
Well, here we go with Arado, another Dutch stallion. This by Desperado, and this is out of a Johnson mare. It is the turn of Alice Tarian with this stallion, bred by JGJ De Lau in the Netherlands. Well, there's the bell for this last combination before the lunch break. Coming in, coming down, and here we go. So, this is Alice Tarian riding with Arado. Arado by Desperado. Desperado, of course, by Vivaldi out of A Habit of Mare. Consent, the dam by Johnson. Johnson by Jazz, and the dam was out of a Gabor mare. Looks nice and relaxed through the shoulder, and again giving a nice touch to the floor. Very light-footed, very elegant. Does need a little bit more pushing power in that medium trot we were watching a moment ago. Well, now to the canter work. The walk was good, good reach, clear, but still needs to find that way of sort of working through and over the back. Again, the canter's got the rhythm, but it, again, just needs that little bit more self-carriage. That strength needs to be built up, allow a little bit more airtime. Well done to them. Well done, Alice. Well done, Orado. There for the USA, Alice Turan finishing things off. And this 5-year-old first qualifier, Orado there by Desperado. So just the score for Alice to come through, and then we will be halfway through this preliminary test. Just wait for that score to arrive.
So the next start will be there 19 minutes past 1.
Well, that was Alice and Orado. So we're just waiting for the scores to firm up, and there they are. 8.3 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 8.3 for the canter, 8.2 for submission, and 8.5 for perspective. So well done. 82.6 it is, which puts them into 11th place. So it is Bart Wies and Red Viper that lead at the halfway mark in this 5-year-old prelim. Jenna Hogberg and Cervici AT sitting in second on the same score as Stephanie Alher and Glamadale WPNRW, but they are divided by their perspective marks. Jennifer Stein and Enrique de Huys for Germany in 5th place. Mafilda Gonzalez Menendez is sitting in 6th place as things currently stand. So we are going to take a little bit of a pause. We're not going to be gone for long, but we will be gone for the next 30 minutes, and then we'll be back with you live here on FEI TV.
The pole position for Germany on Steve formation 88.2, and 5th for Germany Jennifer Stein and Nico Ruus 87.8. Top 5 op de ster van Longines FEI, dames en heren. We gaan even pauzeren, lunchpauze. Horeca is prima hier. And we see back 19 minutes past 1 for the next competitor from Canada. Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Championship for young horses. Here in the National Dressage Center, Amro will start again 19 minutes past 1 with a competitor from Canada. Webfiber in the lead with our cases scored 92%. Then we have John Hogberg on second position, 89.8 with Saruchi AST. And third, Glendale WB and Steffi Ahmed for Germany at the third place, also 89.8. First qualification for 5-year-old horses presented by Qualification. Jullie hebben de plaats ingenomen bij C. Ulrike, die wel Duitsland en voor Christensen Denemarken bij E. Bernhard van Ekelas andersom geschreven. Jorgen muzikaal, gaan we weer beginnen. On Fire is the mare by Indian Rock and Latino VOD, KWN, the small horse. On Fire owned by Dominic Bergeron and Jules Jean, and the rear Evan Lorian, and rider of On Fire from Canada, also the quota of Canada, Beatrice Boucher.
Well, welcome along once more. We're enjoying a fabulous day of sport here. And as you can see, currently underway. Beatrice Boucher on fire. Trot work is super active and energetic. Gets a little bit tight between the hind legs. But this mare by Indian Rock, out of a Divino mare, Dutch Warm Blood, owned by Camille Carrière Bergeron and Gilles Bergeron. This particular mare was bred in the Netherlands. Indian Rock, of course, hugely successful with Emily Shelton's, the sire of this particular horse. Well, the walk work again had that active, clear four-beat movement that you're looking for. Maybe just wanted to be a little bit more supple over the back. Again, nice active canter. It's occasionally just a little bit short. Could go over the ground a little bit more. Also, it's got this sort of happy look to it, though. It looks really willing. I think Beatrice has got a lovely way of riding this horse and to be able to extract the best, but also you can see on fire there with Beatrice Boucher, and the mare looks just really happy to be doing what she's doing. And the trot mark an 8.8, walk mark an 8.5, canter 7.8, submission 9, and a perspective of 8.5. So for the moment goes into 11th, 85.2. It'll be tough to qualify from there, but we'll see. Of course, there is that chance in the small final to come back through the other way. But otherwise, it's a top 12, so we'll see. But well done on fire. And Beatrice Boucher there, kicking us back off again in the 5-year-old. I mean, a really, really lovely trot. Nicely done. Good rhythm in the canter. Nice contact. She's a lovely horse. Really, really nice horse.
Perspective 8.5. Position number 11 in the ranking, average of 85.2. Mooi hebben we de baas bij het afval van feest. Gesproken voor Beatrice Boucher kan aan met On Fire.
Just having a little look. The cut-off for the top 12 at the moment is 82.6. And Meta, Stanley Hansen and Feisten. Wolfenstein. Beatrice is in 11th place. Robin Hayden in 10th. Maxi Kira von Platten in 9th. They have an equal 7th with Charlotte Tolhop and Christian Bauer. And then in 6th place is Mafalda Galas Menedeth. Jennifer Stein in... Sorry, that was in 6th. In 5th place is Jennifer Stein. In 4th place, and Christian Weidkamp. Stephanie Ahert in 3rd. Jonah Hogberg in 2nd, and Bart Wies leading the way. So we move on, because we're going to this combination for Denmark as the next to head down the centre line in this 5-year-old preliminary. It's going to be the turn of Jensen Meta Spederberg, riding straight, horse, son, king. So this guy, this stallion, Danish warm blood, owned and bred by Straight Horse Apiece S. This is by Sir Donoghue. And is out of a Blue Horse Zach mare. Tremendous breeding lines on every side. It'd be interesting to see how this goes. Of course, Donegal, fabulous Oldenburg sire by Sandro hit out of the Donegal 2 mare. Blue Horse Zach by Harmonies Rousseau. The Dam straight horse Akazian by Zach, that was also out of a Blue Horse Don Chiffre mare. The Dam competing up to Grand Prix level herself. Written by Helen Lannan-Hannenberg. But this is Mette Söder Jensen then. Straight horse Sun King for Denmark. Need to watch so I don't get a little bit too hurried. There's quite a nice rhythm to it, but it is just can just be a little bit hurried. It's well engaged. Just need perhaps as well to show a little bit more bend and flexion and flexibility in the turns, in the corners. So now striking off into the canter work. The walk work just need a little bit more over track and through the body. Again, they just want to watch they don't get a little too hurried and short in the canter. Just allow the horse to cover the ground more. Very well done. Whether that's enough for the top 12, we will see. A horse that, again, worked well and showed nice steady contact throughout. Perhaps just needed to be a little bit more fluent in the transitions, and said that bend and flexion in the turns and corners was a little bit lacking, certainly to the right hand side. So it's down to the judges. 8.5 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 8 and 8 for canter and submission. Perspective is 8.2. So it's 81% for Meta Cedaliensen there, and that horse, which was Straight Horse Sun King. That was by Sir Donald and out of a Blue Horse Zach Mare. It's a horse with plenty for the future. Just needs to perhaps find a way of allowing that freedom in the shoulder a little bit more in the walk, and that suppleness through the back. Well, that gives them 81% and puts them into 14th place. So sadly not quite breaking into the 12 that are there for the moment. We look for Hope K2 as the next to go. The gelding, Holstein gelding by For Romance OLD. This is out of a Aliane mare. This Holstein gelding is owned by Alexander Ledassin, who rides and is bred by Malta Kinet, bred in Germany. For Romance, of course, by First Romancia, out of a Sir Donald mare, the sire for Hope, and the Dam by Eliano, out of a Linaro mare. Watch that they don't get a little bit hurried as well in the trot work, although they've got a nice active and clear rhythm, and it was a very nice medium. Again, just getting a little bit hurried in the medium trot. Just almost looks a little bit strong at points. Certainly had a nice walk with that rhythm and relaxation through the body, but now in the canter, a little bit hurried again. Could be just a little bit more uphill. Again, a lot to enjoy. In fact, very quick with the scores as well. 7.6 for the trot, 8.4 for the walk, 7.8 for the canter, 7.7 for submission, and 8 for perspective. 79 is the score. Just needs more of those moments of suspension in the trot and the canter, and as I said, sometimes it just looked a little bit hurried at times. The walk was clearly the strongest pace and just had a nice relaxed feel to it, nice relaxed look. Well done for Hope K2 then. So just finished that was Alexander Dashin with his gelding by 4 Romance out of a Aliano mare. So the score of 79% goes into 16th place. Again, not affecting the top of the order in any way at this moment. We will see and wait to see who else breaks in to those top 12 here this afternoon. Going to turn our attention to the Netherlands for the next to go.
Number 27, the program of the Netherlands, Stephen L. Odeon, Dalia, Sushishkaya.
Getting set to start is Daria Sherneskaya riding Oberon. And by Anne-Petre Goldschmeding and Stahl Perli, bred by Stahl Perli. Oberon, who's by Kensington. Kensington, who is by Glamourdale, of course. And Kensington, that sire, is out of a Blue Horse Don Chauffeur mare. So, this is out of a mare called Alina. Alina, who was by Painted Black, and out of a Highness mare. Some tremendous breeding connections on both sides. Shame for that little canter after the halt. Beautifully elastic trot though, really has a lot of movement to show. Needs to keep that regularity, especially in the medium trot. Just needs to allow that shoulder a little more freedom. There's a nice clear rhythm, but just want to allow the hind legs to be a little bit more active. Very well done to Daria. Just needs to allow that frame to loosen off a little bit. It was just starting to get a bit tight. The canter, although it had a nice active rhythm to it, the medium was just a little bit on the forehand. Trot is 8, walk is 7.2, canter is 7.5, submission 7.3, and the perspective is also 7.5. So that brings us to 75%, goes into 25th place. So another very nice horse. Just needs to improve a little bit on that submission and throughness, especially in the contact. So that was Oberon, bred by Stahl Perli, by Kensington, and out of a painted black mare. And Daria Jodorowskia for the Netherlands. Next couple we get to see are going to be for Denmark. They're heading in any moment now. It's going to be Suzanne Barneau. Suzanne Barneau riding Kjærgaardens Django. Here they are, Danish Warmblood. Owned and bred by Jørgen Nielsen, Danish breeder. By Hasselhøj Donkey Boy. The sire of this, it was by Era Dancing Hit, and out of a Milan mare. It's out of a Dinois mare called Kiergarden Sarah. Looks to be a nicely engaged and active trot. There's that little bit of tension at the start. Really big over track, lovely rhythm in that walk. Really through the body, very strong indeed. Maybe just needing a little bit more lift in that and a clearer rhythm in the canter. Just wants a little bit more ability to collect in that canter. Could it be enough? Could it be enough to go up into the 12? It could be, maybe. We will see. It was, say, certainly had one of the better walks of the day, but very consistent and very clear in everything else they were showing. So we're just waiting for those final marks to come through. There was, that, as I say, a little bit of tension at the start, but I think it was a very consummate performance, and it has got into the 12. 85.2 overall, broken into an 8.3 for the trot and 9.3 for the walk. 8 for the counter, 8.5 submission, and 8.5 for perspective. So Susan Barnrow and Caragardens Django for the moment into 11th place. So a lovely lightness of touch, the way that that horse presented itself in a real degree. Very smart horse. That gelding by Helen Hill's Donkey Boy out of a Denoir mare. It'll improve more and more with its ability to collect. When that improves, it'll lift it up. Like I said, we're going to have 2 in a row from Denmark. The next will also be ridden by one of the Danish riders here today, because we're going to, in a moment, turn our attention to Victoria. Victoria Valentin and Longines Zelina will be coming our way.
The 5th edition of the Longines FEI WBFSH World Breeding Dressage Championship for young horses here in Emmo, the National Equestrian Center. The Zandberg event not only celebrates the quarter century of excellence in dressage, but also marks the final edition in this beloved location. Runners, as well as the finest young horses and riders, compete for top honors in a thrilling showcase of talent and dedication. We are waiting for the number 29. In total, we have 46 riders in this first qualification. De toestandigheden op te weten ten opzichte van morgen. Geen evenwel op dit moment op de wachtingen voor de komende dagen zijn zeer goed. Dus alle reden om op de komende dagen het tweede hier te gaan kijken op dit wereldkampioenschap door de skipaarden. Dit is Langbloed. Dat is Langbloed again. Dat is Langbloed.
So I think we're ready to go again with our next about ready. So here is Longines Zelina and Victoria Valentin. It's a Danish bred mare, bred by Tinny and Hennen Jensen. It's by Saint-Chiffreau. Blue Horse Saint-Chiffreau, and out of a Blue Horse Zach mare. So some wonderful connections from 2 of the Blue Horse leading sires. The dam line, the dam in fact is called Ron Jörg's Lady Zigzag. And as I say, she's by Blue Horse Zach, and she's actually out of a Sandra Hitt mare. There's the bell. Victoria Valentin and Longines Zelina. Just maybe wanted to be a little bit more fluent at the start with the halt. Watching Twinkle Toes, so light-footed. Nice and uphill. You can see the strength behind as well. Now starting the walk work, they just lost their balance a little bit in that rein back. Perhaps needing a little bit more freedom through the shoulder and a little bit more over track in the walk. Support from behind in the counter. Could still be a little bit more supple over the back. Congratulations to Victoria Valentin and to Longines Zelina. Be interesting to see in a moment where those scores fall into place. The Danish bred mare by Blue Horse and Shupro out of a Blue Horse Zach mare, bred by Tini and Henning Ligo Jensen. So as we await that score, and therefore the next will be heading our way in a moment as well. Just waiting to see if it'll be enough to push them into that top 12 in any way. It does indeed. Very well done. So there's the scores. Look at the trot score. I mean, it was an amazing trot, 9.3. The walk was just a little bit limited in its over-track and shoulder freedom, but 7.7, 8.5 for the canter, 8.6 for submission, and 8.7 for perspective. Another very elegant horse. And I think there's even, well, there's more to come as the strength builds. Could even offer more through the whole body, I think. So they go into 11th place currently. So let's just have a little look at the cutoff at 12th for the moment. That is Beatrice Boucher from Canada with On Fire on a score of 85.2%, which is also the same score as Susan Barno and Kadagarden's Django. So they both sit in equal 12th place. 85.2 is the cut-off line for the 12 from today that will qualify for the finals of the weekend. 3 come in a row from Spain now. Ridden from Spain now is Marta Barra Gonzalez, riding here with Testarossa, BCN, another mare for us to enjoy. Owned by Marta Barra Gonzalez and Augusti Elias Lara. Testarossa is by Hogan and out of a Aldafara Alzina mare, who was by sorry, that was the name of the mare, who was by Veterano. Competed in one young horse class already this year. So here we go, getting underway. Marta Barra Gonzalez and Testarossa, BCN. Just gets a little bit short in the neck. Nice active trot. Just needs to allow for a few more moments of suspension. wasn't as clearly diagonal on the rein back. And again, just resting that left hind at the halt. Nice clear rhythm though to the walk. The counter work we were watching need a little bit more ground cover and show a little bit more collection. You need to just allow the horse to be a little bit more supple. That was what was lacking overall. Occasionally getting a little bit short in the neck and a little bit of tension creeping in. 7.2 for the trot, 7 for the walk, 7.6 for the canter, 7.5 submission, and 7.4 for perspective. Marta Barra Gonzalez and Testarossa BCN. Goes into 28th position currently.
Dan voor dit 7,2 stap, een 7 galop, een 7,6.
Just an overall improvement. Really needed to just bring them forward further in the education of that 5-year-old. Just learn to carry that weight a little more in the trot and the canter to improve the cadence. Like I said, though, we're going to stay with Spain, and there's a lot of support. This Spanish horse that comes next is the rider in the saddle of Pedro Hernandez Trevino, riding Ofendido Mango, this pre-stallion. It's by Atrevido Mango. Has competed in young horse classes already this year. Interesting to see how they get on today. Owned by Jesus Jimenez Molina. Occasionally a little bit short in the steps in the trot. Seems a little bit more over track through the medium trot. Good balance, clear rhythm, but also just needing that support, that hind leg needing to support the trot more. It's clear rhythm in the canter, but again needing to be a little bit more uphill. Just to develop that airtime, that lift. Congratulations, just finished. I think overall horse just needing to work over its back a little bit more. The contact could have been a little bit lighter. Walk had that sort of clear forebeat, but again the activity was lacking from behind. So just waiting for those final scores for Pedro Herrera's Trevino, Vendido Mango, and there they are. Trot 7, walk 7, canter 7.3, submission 7.3, and perspective 7.3. Well done, 71.8. They're having a fabulous time today. In the stands, enjoying not only the Spanish horses and Spanish riders, but enjoying all of what we are too. It's very early in the week. For what is going to build come the weekend, it'll be packed, if not before. But there's a long way through to those finals, and 5-year-old final At least we'll know 12 of those going in. Of course, the small final, where the other 3 can qualify, takes place from memory without looking it up here tomorrow. But sympathetic horse. It's just got more to learn, and to learn to carry that back. So that was Ofenendido Mango. As mentioned, though, there were 3 for Spain, all coming in a row. It's amazing how the draw works on occasions. And so we'll stay with the next. Rao across Sorego, riding Olvido Cad. This stallion next up by Ginette out of a official mare. So another pre-stallion, a Spanish stallion. Scored 80% in the 5-year-old final in Jerez de la Frontera earlier this year. Just sort of gave the impression from that angle, which we don't often see, almost like they were skidding to a halt. Losing a little bit of balance in the corners. Needs a little bit more power in the medium, which we watched, and more suspension and balance. It was a nice clear rhythm to the walk. Just a little bit of jogging, but now canter. Just perhaps wanting to see things a little bit more uphill, a bit more bend in the hocks. Congratulations there to Ram Akrasorado and Olivido Cad. Just needs to bring more freedom through the body, especially the suppleness over the back, more constant in their rhythm. Although the rhythm of the canter was quite good, it just again though needing that power to come through more from behind. There's a couple of little errors like the jogging in the medium walk, which probably will not help their score in the submission category, but there it is. Trot 7.5, walk 6.8, canter 7.3, submission 7.5, and perspective 7.5. So those are the scores for Oran Akrasorado, riding there for Spain. In a moment I thought there were 3, there were actually 4 in a row from Spain. Have I got that wrong? We'll just continue on with well, in fact we might just going to get that checked. No, we are with Spain. System showing a little German flag next to this rider's name, which is what confused me. So, hence the fact I thought I'd wait and see. Right, in a moment we will move on. But yeah, that was route just finished. Next up is ready to go. Jador Dior H. It's a lovely name. Alvaro Conesa de Olivier in Denmark. Bred in Germany by Michael Hockers. It's by Jovian, and out of a O'Donoghue mare. Jovian, of course, by Apache, out of a Tango mare. That super Dutch stallion of Patrick Kittles. The dam of this mare is called Chakaminzia and by O'Donoghue. Support from behind in the trot work. Had a nice entrance as well, and it seems to be a horse that's got a lot of natural cadence. I think the trot work was lovely. I mean, it was always in the same rhythm. The medium trot had a good balance. Massive support, and so there should be. The walk will be the part that may have just let them down a little because it just needed a little bit more activity. But that canter, I mean, it was easy to. It was just. It just looked easy. The horse showing that ability to take the weight, that activity, that uphillness. I mean, right from the start, the trot, as I said at the time, was just solid, really solid in the rhythm that they had. Look at that, up into the top six, 9.3 for the trot, 7.5, yes, for the walk, but 9 for the canter, 9 for submission, and 8.8 for perspective of the future. So a super score there. 87.2 brings them up into the qualifying places, and they'll probably hope that that's enough as well to get into the top 12 today. It's not that we've still got enough to go. I mean, but we've got about 14 left, so amazing. I mean, what a beautifully expressive horse. Just needs to relax a bit more on the walk and just bring a little bit more activity to it at the same time. Brilliant trot. Congratulations, Álvaro Concesa de Oliveira and Jadot H. 2 to go before we take a little break. What would be the final break of the day, actually, but we'll get to that in a moment. We're just looking for our next to go. Which I think will be with us. Are we running ahead of time again? Yeah, we are a little bit ahead of time at the moment. So there may be a short pause. Hopefully not too long. We'll have the next one with you. Did say you wouldn't have to wait long. It is Hungary next to go. Salaba Sokola riding first Bordeaux, coming to join us. As this Oldenburg Stallion by Forest Tutto was bred by Hofcastleman in Germany, owned by Pakarec now. First Tutto by First and Ball out of a Tutto last mare. First Tutto, the sire of this stallion. This stallion is out, as I've said, of a Bordeaux mare. That mare was called Breton. He was out of a dam called Donafy, who was by Donna Hall. The sire of this first Toto is out of a Totolas mare. Nice elastic drop. Had a good strong start to this test. Ooh dear. Just getting a little nervous perhaps in the corner, and that is a shame. Shame for that bit of tension after the first medium trot. The trot itself just also they're just getting a little bit hurried in that rein back. That's that tension just creeping in. Nice rhythm, but just needs to be a little bit more active in the walk. Sabra Saloka. And first Bordeaux. It's a shame for that little bit of an issue with that tension after the first medium trot. I mean, the canter just got a little bit flat. It did improve on the right side, but it's again a very nice horse and has got so much ability for the future. Just today, I think just in the walk, just it's showing enough ground cover, showing the stretching, but just needs again to be a little bit more active. It's still got to develop a little bit more strength, I feel. First Bordeaux, waiting for that score to come in. See where it puts them. Then we will move on. Well, we're waiting. The drop mark. In fact, I've got them 7.8, walk 8, canter 8, submission 7.5, and perspective 8. 78.6 goes into 20th place. Where are we going now? Norway. Caroline Hansen. Lumiere Unique, the next of our 5-year-olds. This mare is by Franklin. Lumiere that we're looking at here is a Danish warm blood. Franklin, of course, is the Dutch warm blood. Sired by Ampere out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare. The dam, the Danish dam Luna of this mare was by Don Romantic, another Danish warm blood, out of a Lanciano mare. So to take us up to the final break. And then certainly looks engaged. Occasionally just looking a little bit tilted to the left. Nice and active in the walk and showing good over track. Nice clear rhythm to that walk. Well done, Caroline Hansen. Well done to Limia Inik. Take a little bit of a break. There's the scores. 7.5, 8.2, 7.3, 7.3, and 7.6.
Uitslag voor Caroline Hansen, results tot 7.5, walk 8.2, canter 7.3, submission 7.3, perspective 7.6, average 75.8, position number 25 in the ranking. 75,% dat waardeert ons studeren met een 7,5 gezakt een 8,2 top.
Well, we're going to go into the break, which is a 15-minute break here in the 5-year-old prelim. Bart Wies and Red Viper still leading 92%. 89.8 is next up. That was an immense test from Bart and Viper a little earlier. I love the name as well, really stands out. The cut-off mark for 12th place at the moment is with Victoria Valentin from Denmark, Ligan Zelina, 85.6. Here's your full order at the moment. I'll leave you with that. We'll take a pause and we'll come back in 15 minutes.
Third for Germany's FEI WB 89.8 as well, with the third position. And the fourth position for Germany, Anne-Christine Wienkamp, Foundation 88.2. Fifth from Germany, Verstein, and the Codus 87.8. Sixth so far for Germany, Alvaro Colisande, Oliveira, Jadot Guillaume H. 87.2. Then at position number 7 from Portugal, Mafalda Garza Mendes, Canto HB, 87%. And at position number 8, Kristen Bauer, for the Netherlands, Ohio, 86.8. Nou, die is een 8 weer even. Short break, 10 minutes past 3, Ramon Schmidt from Switzerland. over to after a short break. Next up, 10 minutes past 3. This first qualification presented by provincie Gelderland. Gelderland bewerkt de provincie met spraakmakende sportelementen zoals het WK en mooie sierpaarden. Gelderland met een mooie bosrijke omgeving, vele lange paden, bijzonder geschikt voor ruiter en paard. En de sport aan het beste en mooiste uit Gelderland. Riders left in the last part of this first qualification. Then we are required to ceremony for the best 8 riders. minutes left, then we start again with the first qualification for 5-year-old horses. Longines is proud to be the title partner, official scorer, and official watch of the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for your horses here in England. Longines passion for the Western world dates back to 1869. Today, Red is involved in the most important wrestling events all over the world. On this occasion, Red is privileged to present the official watch of the event, a model from the Longines Master Collection. Powered by a self-winding movement developed exclusively for Longines. This timepiece is characterized by a moon phase indicator and a refined look achieving the perfect balance between technical sophistication and classic elegance. Longines. Dan, zo zal het straks nog 11 deelnemers gaan in deze rubriek aangeboden door de provincie Gelderland. Wij willen de gang Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage Championship for Young Horses. Jury SC aan Denemarken, Qualification aan Duitsland, Ulrike Nivel, FEI Andersson Zweden en Bernard Morel uit Frankrijk. Op het Longines zijn we nog een keer terug tegen de top 5 op dit moment. Drafters worden 92%, dames en heren, als de percentage apart deze. De KWN is het vaker zodat Ronald Fenster zit er. Er zit dan de race, stel je TV, Koen, Gerrit, de Lokker, zijn aan op dit moment aan de leiding. Jullie hebben plaats ingenomen en ook uw plaats op de tribunes op de marge. Vlag van Zwitserland zie ik al hier langs de lijn. We zien de weg of Zwitserland. And within a few seconds, the first rider is last one.
Welcome back to FEI TV. Delighted to have you with us here on this Wednesday afternoon. We're live with you throughout the course of the whole week, to remind you, not just today, as we enjoy the 2024 Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Ermelo in the Netherlands. And as things currently stand, this is the 5-year-old prelim, the qualifier for the final at the weekend. 6-year-olds tomorrow, 7-year-olds on Friday. But Wies for the Netherlands, Red Viper has set the standard 92%, leading the way. And the cutoff line in 12th place at the moment is 85.6% with Victoria Valentin and Ligam's Zelina. But we are now moving into the final quarter of this class. As you can see, we're now starting off with Romana Schmidt as the combination that gets us back underway is for the Swiss. This is Safir von Bushma CH. By Secret, this gelding, owned by Romana and Yvonne Schmidt, was bred by Joseph Lustenberger. So German bred. So this is by Secret, Secret who was by Suzanne, Suzanne who was by Blue Horse Zach. Madame Dina von Bushmat was by Danone, out of a Wolkenstein mare, Danone by De Niro. A little bit hurried in parts of the trot. And just lost a little bit of the balance in the medium and rhythm in the last part. Had quite a strong walk, perhaps needing a little bit more over the back and allow a little bit more over track to be shown. The canter work perhaps wanted to be a little bit more uphill, and as active as it was perhaps a little bit on the forehand. There was a little bit of tension at times, and the contact could have been a little bit lighter in places. But overall, another very elegant horse. So that was Safir von Bushmat, CH by Secret, and out of a Danone mare, bred by Joseph Lustenberg, and owned by Ramona Schmidt and Yvonne Schmidt. And there's the scores, 6.5 for the trot, 7.5 for the walk. Canter 7.8, submission 7, and perspective 7.5. So those are the scores so far for them. 72.6 is the mark.
Onderdeel submission een 7, onderdeel perspective een 7,5. Export 7,6.
I think in one or two places, I think just overriding, which meant he lost his rhythm and balance. So Romano Schmidt for the Swiss, 72.6%. Here we go. It's the smile that's the most important part. You can see the wonderful relationship they have built. There's a very high bar this week. This is the World Championships after all. Jessica Lynn Thomas now rides for the Dutch with the amazingly named Oz. When I consider some of the names that we have in equestrian sport, not just dressage, equestrian sport, somebody came up with Oz. I think that's brilliant. Well, this is by Expression, the Dutch sire. Expression, who was by Vivaldi out of a Vincent mare. The dam, the Dutch warm blood dam, was Frilalda, who was by Oscar and out of a Jazz mare. Bred by RJ Kotfrid Janssen in Germany. Jessica Lynn Thomas and Oz. Nice, active, well balanced. There's a good strong degree of natural cadence to this trot work. Nice clear walk. Maybe just needs to be a little bit more through. It's a nice active way of going though in that walk now into the canter. It's nice and energetic canter. He just needs a little bit more of an ability to collect. Certainly after that medium that we saw. A smile. Very well done, Jessica Lynn Thomas, and the brilliantly named Oz. Congratulations, Oz there by expression, out of a Oscar mare. So congratulations there to that partnership riding for the Netherlands. I think the score will be interesting to see quite where it falls into line, actually. I think, as I said, very active natural cadence in the trot. There was a nice clear 4-beat movement in the walk. There was good energy and ground cover in the canter. I mean, it's showing how tight it's going to be today. They haven't got through yet. They'll have to go to the small final, but 8.8, an 8, an 8.5, an 8.2, and an 8.5. The standard is oh so high here, as you would anticipate at these World Championships. So 84% into 15th place as things currently stand. So, I mean, what a really nice horse. I think if you can just improve that collectedness in the canter, things will continue to blossom. Well, we've got 9 more to go. So 9 from 12 is 3. And the reason I say that is because, as bizarre as it is, as much as you would predict it anyway, what we can officially say is that Bart Wies, Red Viper for the Netherlands, Sweden's Jenna Horberg and Sarucci HT, and Germany's Stephanie Hallert and Glamdale WPNRW, which are the 1, 2, 3 as things currently stand, will now guaranteed a top 12 finishing position here in the prelim test. 12 from today, 3 from the small final will add in. And at the moment, the cutoff in 12th place for today is 85.6%. So that's why it is still a very strong lineup. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone can find their way through. But yes, 9 more combinations to come down that centre line here in the 5-year-old prelim test. Tomorrow we're obviously looking forward to the 6-year-olds. And we'll be here in the main arena with them from 8:30 tomorrow morning. Friday, we have the 7-year-old qualifier. Again, that'll start a little bit earlier at 8 AM here in the main arena. The finals, for your reference, the 5-year-old final is taking place here on Saturday and gets underway at 2:30 in the afternoon. And then it is the 7-year-olds and the 6-year-olds on Sunday. So the 5-year-old final coming up on Saturday afternoon. Well, we, I think, are ready to move forward with this test, and the next is just about ready for Lithuania now. Is Dalia Kataretti Pragentvintsin. Riding here with Fiesta, this mare, bred in Germany by Regner Reiber and Dr. Frank Nordhausen, now owned by Dalia. It's by Franklin, the Dutch sire who was by Ampere out of an Olympic Pharaoh mare. The dam line, the dam by Habernera, And Habanera, who was by, sorry, His Highness, and out of a Lorries Crusader mare. The dam of Fiesta Habanera, very prolific and successful breeding mare. Just needing a little bit more activity and just a little bit more engagement. At the same time, they don't want to hurry too much like we saw in the medium trot. Need the active trot, not the hurried trot. We'd all like to see just a little bit more south carriage as well then. And that second medium again, they wanted to just allow the steps just to lengthen a little bit more. Clear rhythm, but needs more ability to collect in the canter. Show more transition in and out of the medium canter.
Dan appartenente a Qualification en Fiesta to win. Nou, mooie beloning voor de paard. Ik wil eerder zeggen, heb je iets zien vandaag, en daar was er super blij mee. De dames al natuurlijk down. Hier komen de cijfers. In de results. Trot 6.5, walk 7.3, canter 7.0, submission 6.2, and perspective is 7, average of 68%. After 60%.
Well, 6.5 for the trot, 7.3, 7, 6.2 for the submission, and 7 for the perspective. 68% there for Dahlia. Again, a very elegant horse. Just needs to continue that progression more forward onto the training scale. Work on the suppleness, the contact, and the straightness. Well done, you two. So that was Fiesta. And as we tick off Fiesta, of course, it means we can also say that Anne Christian Weinkamp and Foundation pick up their qualification for Saturday's final, sitting in 4th place at the moment. Next to go, we have the partnership from Poland. Mateusz Kirchhoff, stallion by Escamillo out of a Ferrano mare. This Hanoverian stallion coming in. There's the bell to kick things off. Bred in Germany by Hans-Joachim Berdorf. As I said, by Escamillo. Escamillo, the Rhinelander sire, who was by a Scola out of a Rondiamant mare. The dam line, the dam by Fiorano out of a Carabid mare. Nice rhythmical trot. Just swing those hind legs underneath them a little bit more. Just try and relax through the back. Certainly showed willing in the rein back, and after that slight resistance to the first halt, it was much more obliging. Nice clear active walk. That's a little stiff in the back and the hind legs. Let's use the body a little bit more. Canter was relatively active, although again just perhaps needing more and lengthening at points. The stretching was good, although again just hurrying a little bit in that. Well done, Qualification and Ibano. Overall, the horse just perhaps looking, I think they could work a little bit more over the back and just allow things to be a little bit more supple. It certainly would have helped them more, I think, in the canter and again in the trot. Nevertheless, Poland there with Ibano, 7.7, 7.2. Trot and walk. 7.5 for the canter, 7.3 for submission, and 7.5 for perspective. 74.4 is the final score. So, unfortunately, not going to make a change into the top of the order, but it also means that we have another who has just locked in qualification for the finals, 5th place. Jennifer Stein and Enrique de Huis, 87.8, and in 5th has now qualified there for Germany. So we just go back and have a little look at the highlights for these two. Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships live this week with you here on FEI TV. Well, hoping to see the next one in a moment, but again we just find ourselves a minute. Very generous, and these tests just fly through, don't they? So they suddenly realise they're a little bit ahead of themselves. So here we go. It is Camille Judet-Charette riding Emoji JCD SL. This for France by Emilio out of a Foundation mare. Emilio, the sire, by a Sculler out of a Loris Crusader mare on the dam line. The dam sire Foundation by Fiedestance, and the dam out of a dam by Placier d'Amour. And there's the bell to start things off. Shire and emoji. Nice start. Got a nice rhythm to the trot, nice shoulder freedom. You can see that movement. Very light of touch on their feet as well. Maybe just needs to be a little bit more active and on the ground from behind. But this certainly has a lot of quality so far in the trot work. It's got a lovely natural way, and the medium trot's looking good. Certainly showing a lot of potential in its rideability. Maybe want the walk to be a little bit more active, but it's very clear, it comes through the body well. That was good over track. Still a quality walk. Again, showing a lovely active canter. Maybe just needs a little bit more collection. But there was a lovely clear rhythm to it, especially in that simple change. And the standard here, I think, it'll be fascinating actually, because I think it's going to be very, well, very tight, but the smallest mark change across any of the 5 marking elements can make such a difference to where you fall into line. But that is a horse that has really stood out here today. That lovely gelding by Emilio, the The Oldenburg Gelding emoji. Oh, wow. 8.8 for the trot, 8.6 for the walk, 8.5 for the canter. That's that submission mark. 9. Perspective 8.8. 87.4. And she qualifies. Because there's 6 to go, and she has gone into 6th place, and 12 will qualify. So, unless my abacus is wrong, which it could be, that was, and it was so well written. She presented the test brilliantly. Well done, Camille. Emoji. We'll see you on Saturday. So with that going into 6th, Jennifer Stein, obviously we knew about. Now Camille, what it does mean, sadly for Victoria Valentin, as she drops out of the 12, obviously still the small final. There's 3 more chances to get through, but it now puts Dutch rider Robin Hayden with 1 million on the bobble in 12th, and the cutoff now obviously increases, the standard gets higher. 85.8% is the cutoff line at the moment for the top 12. But there are only 6 more to go. Portugal, the Netherlands, Great Britain, New Zealand, and 2 riders for Belgium. So we will not be far away from Portugal going next. This is the turn of Claudia Castellarias, of course a rider with a lot of experience at all levels of the sport. Riding Juan Manuel Cordillero's Pendragon Tino, Lusitana Stallion. This is by Dorego Figueres out of a Guadadina, or out of a mare called Guadadina. Sadly, for whatever reason, this happened at one other point during the day. We just know the breeding records, so it sort of stops there. My apologies, but it should be fascinating to see how they go. Claudio has been an Olympic dressage rider. He's ridden at World Championships, European Championships. Hugely talented and successful jockey. So here we go. Claudia Castellarias, Pendragon Tino, Portugal. Very powerful trot. Occasionally just loses the balance a little bit in the turns, but it's got a lot of activity, a lot of power. maybe just a little bit short in the walk, although there was quite a clear 4-beat movement. Certainly shows the ability to collect in that canter. Claudio Castillo is there for Portugal. And Longines and he working well together. As I said, canter certainly showing an ability to collect. I perhaps wanted to cover the little bit more of the ground, and there was a good rhythm, but there was a degree of sort of flatness to it. The trot certainly had the power. It was just the loss of balance in a few places. There, Pendragantino's score is in because it is 7.8 for the trot, it is 7.4 for the walk, it is 7.3 for the canter, 8 for the submission, and 7.5 for the perspective. 76% therefore is the final score, and going into 27th place. So that leaves us 5 more to go. That means that Alvaro Canessa Oliveira and Jadot H has now also qualified. The Spanish rider has qualified on 87.2. Jadot H has qualified. That was the mare by Jovian. Well, still leaves Robin Hayden on the bubble, although we move on to Larissa, if all is going to plan. Larissa Polilis for Belgium. Niros Dathor is next up. It's Gelding. Belgium Sports Horse, part of the Le Cheval de Sport Belge, SBS. Bred in France by Harris Dathor. This is by Capos Dathor, out of a Rubinera mare. Maybe just needed to be a little bit more relaxed in that first halt. There's a nice clear rhythm to the trot, but perhaps also again wanting a bit more activity. The medium trot certainly showing the ability to lengthen. I think presenting this brilliantly. It's got a lovely gentle contact, a nice natural way of going. Lovely rhythm in the walk as well, and see that swing through the back. That's an excellent test so far, and Larissa here to near us. I mean, it was a really supple walk, presenting a lot of quality to the judges. Needing to show more ability to collect in the canter though. Although they have, again, lovely rhythm to that canter. Well done to Larissa Polilis and Neera Stathor. Just went a little bit against the hand in the rain back, and as I said, just maybe needed to show a bit more ability to collect in the canter, although she was showing some good ground cover. I think the walk was phenomenal, and it is. Trot 8.3, walk 9.5, one of the highest of the day. Canter 8.2, submission 7.8, which is unfortunately the weaker element of that. But 8.5 for the perspective, it means they just miss out realistically. 84.6 is that final score. Larissa Paulilis there. And the French-bred Neros Dator. So, fantastic expression, hasn't it? So we're into the final four. So let's go back to the qualifiers again. And that will ensure Portugal will be represented in the final on Saturday. Mafalda, Gonzalez Meredith and Belcanto HB, 87% their score and qualifying for the final. Still sat in 12th, Robin Hayden for the Netherlands. Now the next up to look to get qualification guaranteed is Christian Brouwer and Ohio for the Dutch. Meanwhile, our attention turns to the next combination to come down the centre line in this amazing day. It's going to be Lara van Neck for the Netherlands. Obsession Taonga by Vitalis out of an all-at-once mare. This Dutch warm blood, this stallion, bred by Stahl BV, owned by Vidkerbos, the sire of this Vitalis by Vivaldi out of a D-Day mare. And on the dam line, the dam Jatalinda by Flo, who's by Ampere, and Jatalinda is out of a mare by Negro. It's an active trot, nicely off the ground. The medium was good. Hind legs very active as well under the body. Showing a very natural way of going this horse. It just looks very comfortable in that pace. Ooh, just tapping the board. Looking perhaps for more stretch and sort of downward, stretch downwards in the walk, although the walk has a good rhythm to it and it is very active. But you're looking for a little bit more suppleness over the back. despite the balance, which looks good in the canter, sadly, there is an error in terms of the course. Which could be costly, because of course it brings with it a penalty. A little bit of an issue with the transition from the canter to the trot. Possession Tarragona, Lara van Nieck. There will be an error of course penalty. So trot, wow, 9, very nice. Walk, very nice, 8.5. Canter, 8.3. Submission, 7.8. So I said, the horse perhaps not always in front of the leg aids, and that just needed to stretch a little bit more. And hugely talented, but I think overall, just the fact it wasn't always in front of the leg. The canter, 8.3. Submission, 7.8. Perspective, 8.5. That is a total of 83.7, as we've seen on the screen. It goes into 18th place, so into the top 20. But it does mean that we will tick another one off, because now we've but 3 left to go. And this is where we run into that interesting point. The 2 equal 9s, although they would both automatically qualify, from my understanding of reading the rules, because I believe it is anyone tied on the percentage score. So that means Kirsten Brouwer and Ohio and Charlotte Dodbloff are both through. As we move into the final 3, the others are going to have to wait a little bit longer to find out. Nothing changing at the top though. Well, here we go with Dominique van der Rost riding César van der Woesthoven. Bred in Belgium by Woesthoven and Woesthoven Training. This is César van der Woesthoven by Romanov out of a Danone 2 mare. It's Belgian Warmblood. Up next, Romanov Blue Horse, who was by Rodiamant and out of a good Steen mare. The Dam by Danone, Danone by De Niro. And the Dam was out of a Verrienne mare, who was by Future 17. So Belgium's Dominique van der Horst, César van der Woesthoven. First of these final 3. Nice clear rhythm in the trot, although perhaps needing more activity to develop that cadence and use the back a little bit more. Did show nice ability though to lengthen in the medium trot, and has certainly got a tidy transition. Nice active, correct walk. Showing an ability to collect in the canter. Got a nice rhythm to it. It's got that uphill tendency as well. Maybe just wants to use the back a little bit more. Dominique van der Horst, César van der Vlsova. So there for Belgium. Leaving us just two more to go. So that was the gelding by Romanov out of Edenon 2 mare, Belgian warm blood. Won't change anything in terms of the positions, I don't feel, but 7.7 for the trot, 7.8 for the walk, 8 for the canter, 8.2 for submission, and 8 for perspective, 79.4. Which, as we know, leaves us just two more to go. We knew because of the tie in ninth that Charlotte Doppelhoff had already qualified with Galliera's Fancy Fergie. So it leaves two. Max C. Kira von Protten and Robin Hayden, who sit at the moment at 11th and 12th. Maxi's score 86 exactly, and Robin's score 85.8, and those are the tests. But just watching the highlights here, certainly on the right scale for training. Still more to develop, and I'm sure as that happens, the score will improve, and look forward to seeing them in the future. Not too far ahead of ourselves, but nevertheless, here they come. Great Britain go next. It's the turn of Fiona Bigwood riding Newton Silver-Knight, bred by the Newton Stud and Lorna Wilson, owned by Fiona. This gelding was a Oldenburg gelding by Torvaleston's Sylvester. Torvaleston Sylvester, who was by Cezanne by Blue Horse Zach, and the sire for this gelding was out of a mare by Stadinga. The dam line, the dam is Donna Schufro, who is by Don Schufro, and the dam in fact comes out of a mare by De Niro. Fiona Bigwood for Great Britain, Newton Silver-Knight. There's a trot that's nicely off the ground, nicely active. Maybe he wants to be a little bit more fluent and forward in that trot work. Lovely square halt though. The walk had a nice clear rhythm to it. Maybe just wanting a little bit more over track and suppleness and that throughness that you get. Good rhythm. Good jump in the canter. Shows a good ability to collect. Certainly a horse, though, that's trying to listen to its rider. Occasionally gets a little bit strong, but has worked with her, not against her for that test. Fiona Bigwood, Newton Silver Knight, leaving us just one more to go. So the combination for Great Britain. Just waiting those final scores and marks, of course, to come through, which will then leave us one to go. So into 23rd. Trot 8.3, walk 7, canter 8.5, submission 7.8, and perspective 8.3. So 79.8%. 79.8 is the final score for Fiona Bigwood. So that means, in terms of the qualification, Maxi Kira van Pletten and Ebeda has got through. So another into the final on Saturday. But Fiona, lovely horse. Just needs a few more natural moments and movements. One more to go. We're looking to New Zealand for the last up. Of course, to qualify direct today, they have to score higher than 85.8. The best score of the day is Bart Wies for the Netherlands with Red Viper, 92%, the only combination over 90. So it's been a clear win so far. And there, trying to come our way, is the last to go. Easy W. Holly Mormon in the saddle with the last 5-year-old by Escola. It's bred by and owned by Bridget Vella in Germany. Escola, the sire, by Esteban NRW, and out of a First Piccolo 2 mare. On the dam side, the dam is Soleil de Soir, who's by Sanamore by Sandro Hitt. And on the dam line, the Grand Dam by Weltmeyer. And there's the bell to get this last test underway. Maybe could do just a little bit more power from behind in the trot work. Just trying to keep things a little bit more symmetrical as well from behind. They've got a good rhythm and certainly got the elasticity within the pace. And obviously they had a few problems in the rain back, as it wasn't really as smooth as it could have been at the beginning. Shows a lovely overtrack though, and just now needs to bring that activity to the walk. Needing to improve that ability to collect in the canter though. Covers the ground well though in the canter. Not sure that that will change the final 12 and that final qualifying place, but well done to Haley and to Easy W, the Hanoverian gelding by Escola. As we await that final score very quickly. 7.5 for the trot, 8 for the walk, 7.3 for the canter, 7.4 for submission, and 7.5 for perspective. 75.4 and into 35th place, which ensures that Robin Hearden and 1 million will qualify for the final on Saturday. So the top 12 guaranteed, 3 more yet to find their way through the small final. But well done there to Hayley Moorman and Easy W. It's got a lovely big movement to it. It wasn't really showing the ability to collect today. Maybe just more time. Star of the day, though, goes to Bart Visa and Red Viper for the Netherlands, because it is he, it is they that have come out on top of this 5-year-old preliminary competition. The stallion by Romanov out of Assassin Clemmer, the Dutch warm blood of the Racing Stallions, has won the prelim ahead of Jenna Hogberg, Cerrucci HT, of course, the first to go this morning. And then this was Stephanie Alhert and Glandale. They had the same score, split by their perspective marks. And Christian Weihkamp Foundation, Jennifer Stein and Rico de Hus Camille Giudechere and Emoji, Alvaro Conessa de la Viera and Jador, Mafalda, Galiza Menedeth and Belcanto HB. That gives you the top 8, and as you can see, they're all very tight between each of them. A little bit further down the order, when we do eventually flip the page, 9th and qualifying. That went the way of Kirsten Bauer and Ohio, tied equal with Charlotte Tolthoff and Galeria's Fancy Fergie. In 11th, Maxi Kira von Platten and Ibarra FE for Germany, and then the Dutch rider Robin Hayden and 1 Million has picked up the automatic qualifying spot in 12th place here today. Well, we started at 8:30 this morning. At 9:30 this morning. Time zones are all in a muddle at the moment. At 9:30 this morning, and looking forward to doing the same again tomorrow morning, 9:30 local time, Central European time, for what will be the 6-year-old prelim test here at the Longines FEI WBFSH Dressage World Breeding Championships for young horses here in Amelo in the Netherlands. I hope you can join us for that. I'll leave you with these pictures and, of course, perhaps some presentations in a moment as confirmation that going into the final, that Red Viper for the Netherlands is going to be the favourite with that clear win today of 2.2%. So certainly setting quite a bar in terms of height. We'll look forward to it, and I hope you will too. So finals on Saturday for the 5-year-olds, but the 6-year-old prelim will be run throughout the course of tomorrow here in the main arena. I look forward to being with you then. Have a great evening, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Zodat ik de beste 8 binnen voor de prijsrekening afwezig blijf. De nummer 6, Camille Giudechere, uitgang zal niet bij de prijsuitreiking aanwezig zijn. Pak ik meteen ook protocol, vragen om plaats te nemen voor de prijsuitreiking die aanstaande is. Anoniem zal namens de organisatie van het Longines FEI WBFSH Championship de prijzen zodanig uitreiken. In het startspelen de binnenkomst van de nummer 8 geplaatste, dan de nummer 7, nummer 6 staan over, dan 5 en dan 4, dan de laatste 3 gezamenlijk binnen. one of the judges for the prize giving ceremony here. Ulrike, Miguel en Ruitsland zal dus later mede de prijzen uitreiken. Deze eerste kwalificatie, de provincie Gelderland-prijs, begonnen met de denkkaartparty in het hoofdstadion. Jury C. Koerkisten Denemarken, Ulrike, Miguel, Duitsland, zoals genoemd bij bijna Frankrijk en was andersom uit Zweden. Prize giving ceremony. First qualification, 5 old horses presented by Provincie Gelderland. At position number 8, Del Canto HB and Galicia Mendes Mafalda for the quota of Portugal with a result of 87%. There are number 8. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, for the best riders of today. Look at this. Mafalda, Galicia Mendes, Portugal, Del Canto HB. At position number 7, for the quota of Germany, Albano, Provincia de Orellana, Junior, Villahan by Yogan. 87.2 the results. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Number 5, for the quota Germany, Jennifer Stein and Nicolas Saribay Escora. 87.8. Position number 4, representing Germany, for the quota of Germany, Ann-Christine Hiekamp, Foundation by Vitalis. That's the riders of today. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the competition with a score of 92%, representing the Netherlands by Felice, the Royal Victoria Stallion, Red Viper by Lona Officers in there, the winner today. Second for Sweden, Jana Hockberg, and the Severucci AC, long studied by Secrets. And third for Germany, Chevy Alex, Wendell by the Lauderdale World Champion. Ook in Nederland is een jury achter het C. Gaan we uitwerken samen met de Amerikaanse naamsorganisatie. Score 92%. 92%, dames en heren. Nog één keer de handen op elkaar voor de winnaar, Qualification en Red Viper. Winner owned by Racing Stallions BV, Koen Carrot de Buur. Red Viper, Royal Dutch Horse, opposed selling by loan of Sir Sinclair. Mooi baantje. Nederland internationale jury met Amerikaanse naamsorganisatie van de wereldkampioenschap bij een naast de combinatie. Second position for Sweden, Jana Hoffberg and Severucci AST. Studied by Secret to Winning Notes in the line. Winner and owner, Absolute Dental AB. Longines score as well, 89.8. Even photo moment. And then in the third position, score also 89.8. For Germany, Chevy Alex, Glendale, BP, studied by Glendale Millennium, Leader Supermarkt Kleines und owned by Heike Kleines. Ja, Nederland wordt alweer een positie weer in langs de lijn hier. We gaan afstarten zodat we kunnen mooie ronde van de top 3. First qualification, 5 keer all horses to the top 3 in the prize giving. En dan is het weer het onze ineens zal zijn geven. De level honor, the winner, Red Viper, the winner, Qualification for the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, it's up to you. Solid wordt weer festival van vandaag. Third, Glendale WB. Second, Severucci AC. En winner, Red Viper. Activation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see you once again for the winner. Thank you all for being here today with us. See you tomorrow. Have a nice evening until tomorrow. Till August.